Hello everybody, welcome back to Lil Euphie's Creative Corners. My name is Lil Euphie, and this is my Creative Corner. We're back to this piece today, my upcoming album artwork thing that I'm working on. It's another project of mine, different from the webcomic thing. Hello Oilers fan, hello Sergeant Modog, Mossad, welcome. Good to see you all again today. I hope that your Father's Day has been going well for you. If your father is still around, I hope that you spent time, sent a phone call or a message, whatever kind of communication you prefer. If your father is no longer around, though, I hope that there was some time of remembrance that you gave today. So I know that some people don't have their father around anymore. So today we're doing some album artwork, getting back to that project and hoping to finish another one. So yes, I agree, Sergeant Modog. I need to get more subs up. I agree, absolutely. I am terrible at promoting myself. But yes, if you enjoy the artwork and you want to see more, please subscribe. And also even chatting also helps with the engagement for the algorithm, all of that good stuff. So earlier today I was working on the goggles and doing some hair adjustments and facial adjustments as well. I made her face a little bit longer. It was looking a little too pinchy, I think. I don't know. So yeah. Today I'm going to be doing some cleanup on the colors, the rendering with the shadows and highlights, and yeah, doing some more cleanup over here as well. So I'm just trying to get all of these unfinished illustrations into the finished folder, because I would like to work on the music and the webcomic, because I could also do music that plays alongside the webcomic when you're reading it. So I know there are some series that have that in them, and I think that's super cool. Today for my Father's Day, we got some takeout. My dad went out and got some takeout and then brought it home, and we had some nice dinner together, and it's good. It's good family time, good memories made. And he's been playing his electric guitar to some beats that he's been making. I have asked him for future streams if he ever wants to. I don't know why I'm trying to make some adjustments here to the hair. If he ever wants to have his music, played on the show, because his music is good. I like it. It's groovy. He's totally welcome to do that. So I was gonna lift this part of the hair up just a little bit. So anyway, I hope that your Father's Day has been going good for you, as well as just the weekend in general. Okay, so let's also select the hair. I'm gonna raise this up just a little bit and kind of rotate it as well. And we don't need to see this part. Let's see, so we're not going to see as much of the top of the head up here. I'm also looking at a secondary canvas I have up here, just so it's easier to see the other side of it flipped around. Excuse me. I had a cough. Okay, there was this other part of the hair that I saw earlier. I need to fix the layering on it. I have a command, and I figured out what was going on yesterday. I didn't have the Streamlabs Cloud bot on, so now that command should be working. There we go. I don't have enough subscribers for the or watch hours for the super chat or super sticker thingy to be on, so eventually we'll get there. So it's another milestone. 400 was the last one, so I dedicated the hammock design in the last large landscape illustration that I made. Put some butterflies in there for Roscoe to play with. So right now for donations, I've got the Cash App, PayPal, and then Streamlabs has its own tip thing, and I think that's in the description. But yes, I don't promote it enough. I don't know. I feel I don't know, weird about it. That, or I'm just not used to it yet. Maybe eventually I get to that point. Just doing some clean up on this line work here for the hair. And then, again, like I said earlier, there's something like this should be layered differently. Oh, thank you, Sergeant Modog. Was it through PayPal or Cash App or? Any amount is absolutely, absolutely. I'm grateful for it. So, I totally understand being in that tough spot. I'm looking at, wedding stuff, and I'm like, I don't know, I gotta like budget, very carefully here. So, so any amount is absolutely grateful for. So I'm grateful for it. So thank you. Cash App. Okay. This is easier on my phone, and then I will put that into the tip, and then we'll see a little thing of kibble fall into Roscoe's food bowl. You can tell I'm totally not used to this. Okay. Yes. He appreciates that. Okay, let me hold that up. Add a tip. Trying to make sure I don't miss anything about, like, if there was a message or... Okay. Thank you very much. And Roscoe thanks you as well. I think that dropped in like 3 treats for him. I think I should make them bigger. I think I'll do that. Doing a little QC in here. I think that those should be bigger. You guys get to see what I was doing for like a year and a half, just setting up my overlay pixel by pixel. I'm like, totally unnecessary, honestly. But I don't know, it was fun. So tip jar, and then there's Roscoe. I'll unlock the 2 of them, select both. Let's see. They're getting bigger. I think the reason why I made them that small is because it kind of overlaps with the title of the song, but I suppose that's okay. Let's see, pressing. Which key was that? It's gonna be control, and then you can have it not be snapping. There we go. Made them a little bit bigger, so when that tip comes in, when the treats and the little pieces of kibble drop into the food bowl, they're a little more visible. So thank you, Sergeant Modog. You have improved the stream. Should turn the volume up a tad. So I have adjusted the gain on my microphone. And then the music, I don't know, maybe it's the music? I don't know. When me and Wolf move into the new place, I'll have him make more like fine tuning, so. Yes, thank you. And he does get very loud. I operate out of like a small closet in the smallest room of my house, unfortunately. So, but yeah, you gotta do what you gotta do in the space that you're in, so. But yes, I will keep it in mind. I'll try to mess around with settings. Unfortunately, I don't really know like what to look for. Yeah, try to look it up. Okay, I'm going to just make a note of this and ask later. Because I don't know what to adjust. And I'm trying to look it up and I'm like, I feel bad. Because now there's nothing happening. I've made a note of it. Thank you. Just like with the commands issue yesterday. I try to figure out what's going on. And it was like right after the show too that was like, oh, this setting turned itself off. So when I talk, I'll try to speak closer into the mic, I suppose. We will compensate. Let me just smack it too. So I'm gonna redo this part of the hair here. There's something about it, it's like, I don't know, the angle. When I look at it from a different perspective, the angle is, I don't know, it's just weird. It looks like it's coming from the side more. I'm actually just going to redo this part right here because this looks really forced. It looks, I don't know, it doesn't look natural. Okay. And then trying to envision where this one would go if I would change it. And clean up the little tail end here of this piece of hair. It needs to come up a little bit more. That's what the issue is. I'm just going to use a selection brush instead of... No, I'm going to try the selection brush first. I would like to... This piece here is just a little too close. I'd like to preserve some of the line work if I can. there's certain parts of the process that I don't mind using the transform tool more so than others. Like in the sketching process of it, I don't want to, because that's the actual like raw basic, you know, drawing parts of it. But for the line work, I don't mind doing it as much because it's so, I get so perfectionistic and precise about it that I would rather just mold the lines that I've already placed and kind of work with it a little bit more. So this one, it's gonna be there, and then that means that this piece down here is going to move upwards as well. Actually, and all of it does. There's this. Okay. So this is all getting moved up. Okay, just double checking it before I press OK on the transformation. Okay, making sure I'm using the correct brush again to fill in those gaps. These little spots where you can see where the select brush was used. Okay, I'm gonna adjust this part right here again because there's a upturn. Pull that back. And I'm looking at the other canvas that I've got open here that's flipped perspective wise. I think I'll just show that with shadows. This is kind of facing forwards instead. Okay, so I'm gonna go over. I think I'm gonna make this part somewhat transparent looking for the line work. Here, I'm going to tile these canvases. so I can see both of these at the same time. And then I'll make a duplicate, flip that on over and drag this up here. Okay. Sorry, I was doing a little setup there. Okay, so this pattern here, just tackling this piece by piece. This part, her jacket or her shirt. This is gonna go underneath. Smells over here. I'm gonna clean up these colors here for her jacket. I believe this is an accent color. This here is another piece I gotta clean up. Come back over to the jacket and re-putting that, or reapplying that color. Okay, we're gonna put in some more of the skin color underneath the jacket and the shirt. And fix that up. I would use the auto select tool, but it does do some pixelation a little bit around the these softer lines. So I'm kind of avoiding that by just organically erasing it instead, because honestly it doesn't take too much time. A lot of the times that's done to save time. But there are pros and cons to overusing it, I think. Okay, so I'm going to turn the accent color back on. And just alternating between the transparent color and this lighter gray color here. Underneath this hair, there's still a little bit of this collar accent color going on. Okay, so let's see, there's a little bit of this chin here that I did not color in yet. Then we're going to move over to this hair that has, originally it's a very bright green color, like an aqua green kind of a color. Like a mint, kind of a teal. With some pink additives to it. Kind of a blending of my pink-haired character and her, but there's more, I don't know, there's like a flavor to it. I don't know. Still her, the original Gumi character, but with that Vivian spice or flavor to it, I guess. I don't really know. I was inspired. This is an amalgamation of my inspirations. I'm going to redo the little pink purple magenta color. I'm going to redo those spots. And so I'm keeping this open here. If I can remember where they're at. Because initially I'll just do this base color, and I think I stuttered back there. But then I'll put on the magenta color in just a little bit. See right here, I didn't see this before because it was kind of a darker color. There's a little bit of an overflow here. So just filling in these empty spots that I might have missed earlier, and then just a little bit I'll put those magenta spots back on. Up in these bangs, eventually when I get all of this filled in, I'll do some transparent airbrushing and make it look all nice and soft and pleasing to the eye. Over here, the hair is gonna overlap the eyelashes a little bit, and with that, I'll make it like that a little bit there, so it kind of looks like it's underneath. But all in due time. And to reapply this base hair color here, and there's some more spots I need to clean up there for the line work. I need to have a more controlled space here for the magenta colors. If I wanted to increase or decrease the amount of like saturation or contrast, you know, or erase any other like specific spot for this magenta color, I would then be interfering with this teal green kind of mint color. So I would like to have a little bit more control over that space. Just double checking. So for the hair selection, part of it, I will use that auto select tool. And just select everything inside, little crevices, little, just double check in here. Then even here inside, we'll do some selections here. And then a little bit, because I know that there's going to be some pixelation going on. So I'm already planning to go into these little spaces with the soft eraser. I think that's all of it selected, right? Okay, that's fine. Okay. Let's go back over here to the hair. Get that eraser out. And this is just the basic eraser that's going to make things look a little more pixelated than I would like. But it gets the job done. And we're going to go back in with a softer one in just a bit. This is just to get that base color kind of put away, cleaned up. Okay, down here, I'm going to deselect that. And so here you can kind of see what I'm talking about with these pixels. This is like totally zoomed in pixel by pixel, but from far away, I don't know, you can kind of see it. It just looks kind of, it doesn't look smooth. It looks jagged. It looks, I don't know. A little bit of cleaning up here that I know needs to happen. Oh, okay. You were talking about lovely peaches. You're talking about lovely peaches. That vile filth of a creature. That toadstool, actual living toadstool of filth. I assume you're talking about the link to the video that we watched. I will get it for you. I watched a 1.5 hour video about King Cobra and Jessica naked and laughing earlier while I was doing some artwork, some prepping. So that was lovely. I torture myself sometimes watching these. Those are my kind of crazy people that I'm watching. But yeah, so let me share that link with you. Let's get that. I will DM it to you, Wolf. There you go. That's a video from Smokey McSee, channel that covers lolcows and the sort. Hello, Scumdog. Welcome in. Today I'm doing more work on the album artwork. I'm trying to speak a little more directly into the microphone and up my my vocal tone. because something I guess is going on with the audio and it's really low. But I've made a note of it, so I can mess around with it a little bit later. I don't know, part of me feels like, and I feel like this when I'm at my regular job too, that like when I'm standing around for too long, something's wrong. I should be doing something, you know, like. But things do, you know, come up in stream that you can't necessarily prepare for. Like the cloud bot last night. You know, just deciding that it wants to turn itself off. You know, I'm just like, okay, why isn't this working? And it's not until after the show has ended that I realized that it's just turned off. It's, you know, nothing like drastic or whatever. So. But yes, I hope that you had a good Father's Day. Everybody in here, people that may be lurking and stuff. Just doing a little bit of cleanup on this hair here, because there is some spots like right here. Some pixelation. Just anything I see that's like, that's really, you know, obvious. I'll have to retexture the lips here. It's a nice little testing ground for color and seeing what was going to look good or not. Over here there's not too much pixelation to clear away. Thank goodness. It's a little bit of magenta still. Oh. Scumdog, you have reminded me to email Scumcat. I have pictures of because we have Carol Mama Bear that is making the flower arrangements for me and Wolf's wedding, and I need to send her pictres because I got pictures today and I started like tearing up. They were beautiful. So let me send her an email actually, because I need to do that. I think that would be helpful. I think she'd like to see him too. Be but a moment. I think I already downloaded a couple of them. Okay, sent on over. Just thought it'd be nice to share that. Hello, Frosty, welcome in. Happy Father's Day once again. Oops, making sure I'm on that right layer, of course. And doing a little clean up here of this album artwork. So that eventually it also joins the rest of the finished illustrations folder. Or the rest of the pieces in that folder. doing some pixelation cleanup here. That is one of the downsides of using the auto select tool, is that yes, it does save you time, but there is a chance that some parts of it are gonna have a little bit of crispiness to it, a little bit of pixelation. A little bit of overspill there. Right now, just cleaning up the color for the hair. And then also working on a little bit of this line work too, and just cleaning it up. Let's see. For this part of her cheek, I was going to make it look like it's like the hair is a little bit transparent over here. So with that, it's like the same thing with the eyelashes. It's like just changing the color around when we get to coloring the lines. So it gives that illusion that it's somewhat transparent. Where? This spot though, I'm going to erase it with the airbrush. So it kind of fades up into her bangs. And this spot, what is that? Okay, so that is part of her hair. Okay, 1 second here. I was wondering what this little strand here was. Okay, I know that these lines up here are gonna have to be cleaned up, so just quick fast doing that. Okay. See, there's something over here. It's part of the eyebrow. Just getting set up with the softer eraser, just using that transparent color, and then also switching back to this color that I'm using for the part of the hair. I still have to put in that that layer on top of it. Excuse me. So this layer that I'm currently working on, this base green hair color, is just one layer. And then this, you can kind of see the layers above my head here. There's another one that's clipped on top of it. So there's a little red marking here. So when I am going to go in and reapply the magenta, it's on a separate layer that's more easily controlled. If I wanted to do any like transformations on it, see there it comes back in. And this is just kind of a basic placement of like where I'm gonna put them. Underneath, and then like a little bit right here as well. If I wanted to, let's say, make it bigger or make it smaller, transform it in some way, right? Like flip it upside down, whatever. Now, because it's on its own separate layer that's just clipped on top of it, I can easily move this airbrush magenta anywhere I want on this green part that it's on the green layer that it's clipped to. So it just makes it easier to move it around, to erase it even, which is why I'm putting it on its own separate layer. So thank you for asking. I moved it around a whole bunch. Okay. Anyway, that was for example's sake. So eventually when I've cleaned up this, see there's some right there. I know that I'm gonna get like, I know that I get distracted by the coloring parts of it. I need to make my own like coloring book someday. I think that'd be cool. Just take a bunch of the line works from previous drawings. That might actually be something. Because then if I wanted to make like a different color variant for an outfit or something. This strand of hair here just looks really stiff, like there's like hairspray involved or something. So I'm gonna open up a new layer here. I'd like for it to keep this shape of like still being inwards, but it's like maybe here we go. Size that basic eraser down. Okay, there's a spot here that we'll end up seeing. Erase that inside. And then we'll reconnect those two spots here. Gonna clean up this tail. That's what I call the very ends of the hair strands. a little bit of crispiness going on here. And transformation scars. Okay, that doesn't look as stiff, I don't think. I'll still put in some strands on their own. I might put in a new layer. Just gonna see. I want to adjust this line here. Okay. Gotta be a little careful when there's other pieces of that layer intersecting. Just want to smoothen this out just a little bit, make it a little more, I don't know, it just flows into this part of her hair a little better. Obviously here I need to clean up some of this debris. And then also come in and redo these, this part of the line. Here needs to be redone because I know that when I go to do the shadows and the highlights, that is not the right shape. Got more of a, I don't know, a smoother strand to it, just like right here too. Okay, that's on its own separate layer. Let's see, I could probably do better than that. Okay. Clean up little pieces of these lines here. I think. Just making sure it all makes sense. Okay. And that I'm on the right layer. I know this isn't really going to be seen as much. I think that little sliver there is part of the jacket. Going back over to the hair. And let's see. These goggles over here. Changing up the darkness of that gray color there. And then this lens here. I'm going to draw this back. This is part of it. Okay, what is... Okay, so dropping this back down to 75. There's a difference of color right here, and I was kind of confused why this was different. Okay, and there is a piece here I need to erase. Come back over to these lenses and cleaning those up. Going back over to the goggles, that base part of it. Okay. Goggles are nice and cleaned up. I see something. It's really subtle, but there is okay. Okay. Let's go over. Let's see. Let's do this lower part here of her skin. So it's a little bit down here. We don't see anything beyond this lower part of the frame. Okay, I believe still a little bit here on the goggles, actually. And there's also a little bit of pixelation here I see on this part of the hair. Sometimes with these lighter colors, it's kind of harder to see against similar contrasting colors. Colors with a similar value. Here. Okay, do I have a base? I do not have a base on this. Okay, so instead, actually, I will. Let's bring that up to size that we can see the full thing. Find this line work folder. We'll auto select around it again. Making sure everything's Gucci. I don't hear a lot of people say that anymore. I think that's a phrase from like 2016 or 2015, 17 even maybe. Over to the skin here, and some cleanup. Hair we already did. There's not a lot of parts to this piece, it being a basically like a portrait. I would consider this a portrait piece because there's an inclusion of the biceps, this upper arm, and the part where it meets the torso. I would still consider it a portrait piece. I go over into these lips here and kind of clean them up. They're a little, I don't know, a little messy. There's a texture to that brush that I was using. I'm gonna put the magenta back into the hair. I don't want to forget about that sometimes. This is at 74. Oh, that's why. Okay. I was like, why is this color not matching up? So I'll make this one and this one. Sometimes in order to achieve a more subtle lip color, I'll just lower the opacity of whichever color I'm using. I'm gonna turn the stabilizer on so there's more of a smoother pen stroke there. Okay. Let's see, actually. I get a little particular with the unique parts of a face. I think that's fine, actually. And just looking over at my other flipped version of the canvas. Okay, I'm gonna put the magenta back into her hair. And for that, I'm gonna do back to front with the airbrush first. That way it's a little more controlled. Okay, now switching the color to transparent and pulling in a dense watercolor brush. We have that softer eraser tool kind of effect. And this is how we get that cool little gradient look to it. So just making sure we don't cut into that spot that we just made this little curved triangle. Now with that, to make it a little easier, we can always use the auto select tool or just a selection tool in general. And actually, let me select all of this, and we'll just invert it. I'm trying to connect it up to this tip right here. Kind of give her that that shadow color kind of effect. I'll invert it back and add this piece to that selection. So it doesn't get messed with. Now inverting it again. This time with a bigger brush there. Let me flip that around. Sometimes all it takes is just flipping the canvas around and trying it again. Let's see, I am gonna do a little bit more of an airbrushed eraser, just because I want it to be not so pigmented. A little too dark right there. Okay, I'm gonna go in and do some more. Whoops, I forgot to invert it. There we go. So I want to get this strand that I am isolating right now. I'm going to only work on that part of it. Only right here. And right there too. So inverting that so that only this middle spot here is selected. And oops, wrong spot I was erasing. Might even this out a little bit so it doesn't look so jagged, I think. Not jagged, but like, I don't know. Gonna be a little careful about this up here. Just I'm widening this up a bit. See. Need to slightly move this upwards. Blend that in. And then we'll just recut this. Okay. Then here, I'm going to make this a little more subtle. Pop a little bit more color here. And then this section, I'll go back into it. Going over to this spot down here. I'm just double checking that other canvas again. And throwing in that airbrush. Okay, the other spots here are just fine for the back of her hair. So now, after I clean up these spots, because this is just for the back of her hair, I'm gonna do another layer for the middle spot of her hair that I'm cleaning up right now. These little side bangs, as well as the front that just has these side parts. One moment, there's something right here I see. There we go. I'm going to use that transparent airbrush just a little bit more over here. Kind of giving that illusion that it's more underneath her hair. Okay. Let's put in this second magenta color. There's something right here I need to erase. Okay. Just a little part of that shirt trim. There we go. So this is going to be applied. Here. Okay, now I'm going to come in with a transparent watercolor brush. First I'm going to do a little bit of erasing here. I want to separate these two strands. Just creating a little bit of depth doing that. I am going to turn on the stabilizer for this brush. So I want smoother pen strokes here. Let me see. I think I need to airbrush away a little bit more of this color. Okay, here I'll put in a brighter magenta color. And then coming in here, let me see. I use the transparent brush again to kind of create this little spot of green here. Okay, go back over to this part. I'm gonna not auto select. I'm gonna manually select this part of the hair. Actually, one second. Something right there. And I'm just gonna erase everything that starts creeping up into this top section of her bangs. And because it is clipped onto the base green color, it shouldn't go over that green spot at all. Okay, I'm not gonna unselect or deselect it, I should say. Just gonna work the eraser, the color into the shape that I want it at, which is not that. Opens up a little bit more. There's a little bit more going on here. Keep swapping back to the wrong color there. Okay. That has been reapplied. I'll give just a little bit more of this color. I know I just deselected it. It's just a little uneven there. Kind of evening this out a bit. Okay. Let's go over. This is hanging out a little bit. This little piece of the screen here. What is this? Oh, this is part of the shirt trim. Okay. Let's bring back the dense watercolor brush. See, that tells me that I did not do that on the correct layer there. Okay, so I'm gonna go over to this layer again, one with the strands on it. And for this, I'm actually going to use, I think I'll use that the manual select tool. And just separating these out. I'm not worried about this back part here because this is on a separate layer. And I can just as easily erase it, move it around, transform it. Okay. This. Just gonna start here. Okay, so I'm gonna go over here and erase this, clean this up. Not worried about affecting that other part of the hair, little highlights, because again, it's on a separate layer, so it matters not. Coming back in here with that transparent watercolor brush. And adding in these little purples, magenta. then just taking the magenta away a little bit here so that parts of this green can kind of creep back in. I'm gonna go back in here and gently erase. And then I will flip it. And then also just making sure here. Okay, so this is selected. Okay, and then I'm gonna go back in here with that watercolor brush, that transparent one. Hello, Carol. Welcome in. Hello, Little Red. My day was pretty good. Had some Father's Day dinner with the family. Building up those memories. Hope that your guys' Father's Day was good. If anything, I hope it was a good Sunday. I'm doing some more work on my my album cover here. Oh, good. Good to hear. Just putting in some more of this magenta here. I did send, there's someone that makes custom My Little Pony figures, Carol, and I sent her pictures of the flower arrangements because I was so excited about it. I was like, I need to share. Put a little bit more of this magenta here with the airbrush. And I can put a little bit more here as well. I'm going for that magenta color. Just double checking. Okay. Move up to this third spot here. Clip that to that base green color. Then let's Let's use a selection tool. Okay, get into every one of these little crevices here. I don't really worry too much about these spots that are going to be clipped to that green spot anyway. This over here can be deselected. So we have already done that spot. For over here, that needs to be covered, as well as this right here, actually. Let me adjust my headphones. Okay. So we'll apply some of this airbrush here on the outsides. Doesn't go up that high though. It's about just above the eye. Flip that around. Okay. Let's go back over to watercolor brushes. And do some adding and subtracting here. Being a little careful here not to get into this other spot of her hair. Still giving this layered look to it. This one is a little more purple than the other one. This one that's farther up. Okay, that's that side. Smoothen that out a little bit more. And then erase a little bit more up here. Could probably actually do that with the airbrush. Go. Okay, so for this side, I'm gonna flip that around. Makes it a little easier to see. think I'll actually keep it right there. Then just with that airbrush, I'll go back in and smoothen that out. Okay. Just doing a little comparison. Some of the colors are also due to shadows, and which color I'm using with the with those shadows. All right, I'm gonna go in here and do some coloring of the lines. I know that this can be a darker color, just ever so slightly. Gonna turn that stabilizer off because I'm not worried about having smooth pen strokes right now. Okay, here I can see there's some spots here that need some more color. For the hair color, or for the line, the hairline color. Make this a darker color. I'm gonna add some more pigment to this. I'm gonna mess around with the background here. Just making sure that this is gonna contrast well. Back here, I don't know what is going on back here. This outline's gonna be redone because there's little spots that don't align well. But anyway, going back over to the hairline color here. This is a different piece. Is there another piece of hair that I'm missing? Okay, so I'm gonna grab a darker green color. Could actually be, could be that. Hello, Nils. Hope that you're having a good Father's Day. Good time making memories and spending time with family. I had some nice dinner with my folks. Oh, you worked. Well, now you are not, I assume. Back at home. Finally it is over for the day. That's what I tell my coworkers. And they're looking at the clock. Eventually you'll clock out. Let's see. I only wanting to change the color this line here. Yeah, you relax, Nils. Relax, kick your feet up. Rest well. Hello, Fry. Wolf, thank you for the raid. Yeah, go get some food in you. You make me worried when you haven't eaten. Again, selecting this single line right here, kind of alienating it from the rest of the hairs. And that green, and then fading it down, getting that line color established. And right here as well. This I'm actually going to apply with the watercolor brush to kind of get it more evenly separated. Actually, I need to do that up here too. So we get some further separation between these pieces of hair. And I'm blending this green into the purple. I believe it's this color purple. And then it gets blended down here. Okay, and I'm just going to use this dense watercolor brush here. I am working on this album artwork for anybody coming in from Wolf's stream. Doing some further work on it, and then eventually I'm going to be doing some shading and some highlighting. And adding this to the finished illustration folder. Let's see. Right now I'm just coloring the lines and making everything look all nice and smooth and softened out. Just getting a little bit of a green fade in there. These are all recolored. Jet Set Radio Future characters. Let me look that up actually. I've not seen this. Hello, old Joe. Welcome in. You know, I can see that, Nels. I can see that. I have designed a character that that fits into this this style even more so. There's like a kind of a cyberpunk character. She's got like space buns and like a tube top and cargo pants and cargo boots and stuff. Yeah. I can see some resemblance. All right, I'm gonna go into these lines here for the eyebrows. Gonna grab a darker color. An even darker color than that. Let's see. I'm gonna unlock that opacity for this layer here. I typically like to leave less line work here at the base of the eyebrow. So I remember saying that when I was getting to this spot, working on this during last stream. I was working on this. I do need to redo this spot right here. Getting rid of some of the little crispy spots here. The pixelations. And let's see, I was also going to recolor these eyebrow lines here. Underneath the hair, it's gonna be the same color as the hairline. Kind of gives it a transparent look to it. And then I'll even do a little airbrushing away of some of this hair color. This down here is gonna have this. Go over yeah, this spot of her hair. I'm gonna erase just a little bit here. I want this piece of the eyelashes to be above. However, this part of her cheekbone, is gonna go underneath there. eyebrows. I'm going to see how this looks. Okay, so I want to put in the color for her skin line. I'm actually going to do that by putting in this initial color and then putting the color that I'm using inside of it. I'm going to airbrush on top. I figure that's a easier way to get that softer color. So let's apply this, make this a little bit lighter here. And I'll take this color and just lightly use that there. Actually, I can go a little bit darker. Corners of the mouth, just a little bit. To redo the eyelids. So it's over here. Because that, she's got some makeup on. I kind of want to decrease this a bit. Make it not so harsh. Okay, gonna go over to back over here actually before I jumping ahead of myself. You too, Scumdog. Thanks for hanging out. I will be back next week. Or next weekend, sorry. A little bit of this color here for the inside of her cheeks. I'm gonna have to go in here again. That's all good. As well as right in here. Just applying this color here to her cheek. And then I'm gonna get this color here for her lips. It's gonna be darker than that. Do a little airbrushing. Get that skin color back in there. And using a transparent watercolor brush, I'll just kind of reapply that color there. Okay, heading over to these eyelashes. I'm gonna take that skin color. Kind of just lightly apply it here. This inside. And underneath here as well. And then, let's see here. The iris line. Let's try out this color that I used for her pupils. And then for her pupils, make them darker. And we'll up the saturation a bit. Okay, I'm gonna clean up this line here. Which actually, what I could do is just make copies of them and erase. But I think that would be a lot of layers. Okay, so over here, I'll go to the hair and use the transparent airbrush. I give her some transparency on her bangs. Actually, before I do that, I'm gonna select these bangs. Only these that are affected. Okay. Just the slightest amount of transparency there. So a little bit right there too. And just a hair there. Now I'll go back into that hair layer with all the line work in it. Do the same thing with that airbrush. Just kind of lightening it up just a little bit. So they kind of fade into each other. Here I see just a little bit of some pixelation. As well as right here. Doing some more cleanup, make sure it's all squared away. A bit of some crispy pixels over here. Yeah, sometimes it's like that. Sometimes the crazies are hibernating. They're charging up their batteries for next time. Going around the piece and kind of cleaning up some stuff. I'm going to get to the rendering and highlighting here soon. I just know there's little pieces here and there. Rib, shrimp, corn, and cake. Nice. You had a full spread there. A full feast. Some more over here. You can definitely see it against this red here. Okay, just going into each of these little spots here and making sure it's all good to go. Okay, this part, these eyebrows here, I'm gonna clean these up a bit. Grabbing these colors. flip this over. Where is this layer at? I need to draw this back just a little bit. I need that line layer. There we go. Okay. You can see back here, his eyebrow is overextended. There we go. Okay, so we are going to use the transparent airbrush and take away this a little bit. Not so much on this side. A little bit. Use that stabilizer. Okay, and then using a dense watercolor brush. Actually, is it dense? Are we using that one? I'm gonna do the transparent watercolor actually. It's a little smoother. I'm just kind of putting those little hairs back in there. Actually, let's see. I'm gonna airbrush this out just a little bit more. Okay. I wish you luck in that. there's the, or at least one of the eyebrows smoothened out. Smoothened and softened out. Let's use some darker colors in here too. I knew there was a spot right here. Here we go. Okay. Let's double check in there. Something happened? Something happened in the chase? Oh, it's already over. Oh, dang. Well, you gotta give the people something. I'm gonna push this one out a little more. Okay, with that, I gotta change this up a little bit. I'm gonna fix this up. Well, hopefully something happens for you, Wolf. Alright, I want to get into this rendering, but we do have a little bit more of this line coloring to do. Just needs to be a little bit darker here. I think after I get these recolored, go into some rendering. Just double checking here. Okay. Okay, so let's see. I mean, part of me is also kind of wanting to put in some different colors for her lashes. I don't want to make it too dramatic though. Just softening up this eye line here. If I were to do that, like kind of like that. Give him a little more pigment. Oops, that is a different color. Let's airbrush those down to an even placement. kind of separating out these eyelashes. Eyelashes. My brain is like thinking about these highlights and talking at the same time. Sometimes two different thoughts come out at roughly the same time. I see that I need to add a little bit more color over here. There's some transparency that I saw. Or if there's some over here too. There's a little bit of transparency over here. There. I still need to reapply this green gradient over the eyelashes again. Or just go over it like this. There we go. Okay, so it's kind of gives it that look of being pushed out a little more. This add glow can go down just a little bit. Okay, there we go. All right, I'm gonna add in this light dot above the line work. I'm gonna do a dense little circle. We'll do it here on this side. Get the stabilizer off of there. Use the transparent watercolor. I'm gonna resize this down. I'm going to reapply that stabilizer. I'm going for that teardrop kind of a faded out teardrop kind of a shape. Okay, I'm going to transform it again and kind of reshape this to a narrower look. Copy and pasting that. And just moving out over. I'm going to rotate it as well. Make it just slightly bigger. And then here, I'm going to take the transparent watercolor brush. I'm going to try something. Actually, before I combine those, let me move this over. Just cutting this light source right down. Seeing what that looks like. Some sort of broken up light source there. All right, so I'm throwing the line work and that colors folder. Taking colors first, gonna rename that. I'm gonna put some layers on top of that folder that has the line work and the colors in it. I'm gonna make them both multiplies. Let's see, this one is gonna have a higher, the lower layer for the shadows has a higher opacity, because that's it's a softer shadow layer. And this one is gonna have 25. And I'm just gonna start playing around with different shadow colors, seeing what I like, what I don't like. It's very muddy. It's too warm. Checking my colors here on my other monitor. Indeed, Jonathan, they did. I like how the other colors are complementing it. Right now I'm trying to pick out a shadow color. I think I might go with this red. I don't know. I don't know. We are just experimenting here with different colors and shades. If I were to put shadows here with this color, this color up here. It's really muddy with it. I am going to swap around this hue. This is going to set the temperature. Hello, Melanistic. Welcome in. Today I'm doing more work on this album artwork here. Greetings. Trying to set a nice temperature here for this shadow work I'm doing. I think I'm gonna go with this color. Of course, it's a purple. Take it off at 50. It's like the same color as her little hair strands. 50. Yeah, back down to 50%. Hope that your weekend and Father's Day has gone well for ya. Thank you. Tried to make it smoothened out and not so harsh looking, I guess. Okay, so I'm going to make a little note here. This is the color for these shadows. I'm testing out this color for the darker shadows. That is not where that shadow goes. It's like a really subtle one that goes there, and I'm really just trying out these colors. See if this is gonna be good. I think that this is gonna be fine. I'm going to try figuring out. It's gonna work right here. About. Yeah, it's gonna give it a lot of depth. Yes, I figured out what was going on with the commands. The CloudBot turned itself off. It decided sometime yesterday or on Friday that it was just going to not be enabled anymore. Very nice of it to do. Okay, let's look for a highlight color. And dock that down to 25. I go straight across the color wheel here. I'm gonna up that to 50 actually. Let's see where I am applying this. If you want to see any more of my artwork, be sure to check out the DeviantArt link that is in the chat. I did just recently upload the Vivian by the Lake piece that I was working on a little bit on Friday before my mom's graduation. And then I also uploaded a time lapse of it with a little tune, a little melody, a little song thing. So I uploaded that to the channel. I had that scheduled for 8 o'clock this morning. I was actually really happy that I was recording a time lapse. I was like, oh my gosh. I can actually compile this into something. So again, I'm trying out this green color for a highlight. Seeing if this is gonna be good color for us or not. And then going back over here for the purple and some shadows. Okay, I'm fairly satisfied with or the color of the shadows at least. But for the highlight, I don't see much of it. So when I go in to change this hue of the highlight, it doesn't change too much. You can tell when it changes from like blue to green to red. Trying to pick out a nice color here. Bear with me, folks. It's like a lime green kind of a color. Okay, so I'm going to redo these shadows here, and let's see. So I need to break it down piece by piece here. So, let's see, let's do this back of the hair. We'll work our way up to the front of the face where these bangs are. Now she looks all flat. Okay, so this back of the hair. It's gonna have lots of shadow into it. This light's coming from this way, but there is still a little bit of a breakup. Use that transparent color and put on my stabilizer. See. Might be overcomplicating this for myself. Because what I really need is just select these pieces. Really just back here. Actually, I have an idea. I make this process faster for myself. Because I'm gonna need to separate these two spots. Separating her neck from the chin and the jawline in this. See a piece of the line work there that I didn't erase. That's bugging me. There we go. Okay. Don't wanna mess around too much with this curve here of this shadow because I actually like that a lot. Let's see. Let's do separate out these shadows here for inside of the hair. Just gently erasing around different spots. I know there's going to be a highlight in, kind of working with this this shadow that I've got here. Oh boy. That sounds like it's something that's right up your alley, Wolf. Making some little cuts here in the shadows for these bangs. Alright, just clearing out some of these little void spaces. Kind of reshaping this spot here. Kind of working with the shadow again. Okay. Let's just kind of figuring out where I'm going to put some more of these shadows. Just applying with the airbrush. Just some very gentle shadows going on here. And putting a shadow in here. take that away just a little bit, kind of. Okay, now auto select this. And here we'll have a little more control. As well as over here. Flip that inverse. Do little shadows right there. Deselect. And actually, before I forget, this is the pupils. I could take away a little bit off the top here. And same thing with these pupil lines. Not so much so those lines, we'll just airbrush. Go. Just getting like a softer look to it. I am going to do some more shaping of these shadows here. Making sure that stabilizer's on. Watching it on my other monitor, seeing how it looks. applying in some of these other shadows here. Kind of giving it another look around and see. Might be a little too much going on there. Okay, putting in some of these little markings here to indicate some shadows. Okay, I've got some of these basic shadows kind of established, at least with the airbrush. So subtract from little spots that I think kind of need it. Not too much right there though. Let's use a denser brush. going to shape out this neck shadow. Going to auto select everything though. I think I had an idea for this part of the skin line color here, but I think I'm actually just going to erase this here. Wanted a little bit of transparency, but I don't want to overcomplicate it too much. What is this here? This is that transparency. There we go. So you need to spray on some of this shadow. Okay, just working out some more of these shadows. see, you need to get that transparent watercolor again. Basically putting in that barrier for where the highlight's gonna go. Let's throw in a shadow over here. And a shadow over here. Just a subtle shadow right there. In some of these shadows here. I'm just doing this by using the transparent watercolor brush. So I'm basically just erasing, and by erasing I'm putting in some little highlights. Just creating those shadows out of taking away little spots of it. I want to make sure that shadow has roughly the same shape as the hair strand. It's kind of bouncing off of there. I'm going to blend these together. Blend and kind of blur this too. I feel like this is a little too rigid. throw in a little shadow down here for the edge of her shirt. Little shadow underneath her lower lip, just ever so subtly. I was gonna put something there, but I decided against it. Okay, any other spots over here? Let's not do that right there. I'm going to give myself a little bit of a break just to kind of reset my perspective on this piece and take a little bathroom break and get some water too. So take these gloves off, let them air out a little bit. I'll be right back. Just one moment. Actually, let me make a little BRB sign here. Okay. I'll be right back. Just one moment. Alright, I have returned. Hello, Vault of BS. Thank you very much. All right, jump back into the artwork. We'll take down our little sign here. As of right now, I kind of am not able to put away much time for other projects, unfortunately, but perhaps in the future. Right now I'm planning a wedding and moving and a webcomic and some music that I'm currently in the middle of. Let's see. Oh yes, yes, that is the one of the base requirements. I used to do artwork on an old Dell laptop that I would bring to school, and yeah, that thing I ran into the ground. I had that thing for like 7 or so years. I had it throughout a few years of middle school, through high school, and then a couple years afterwards. Let's see. Oh my goodness, why do they only last you 6 months? You're a PC destroyer. Oh, gotcha. Okay. Well then, yeah, they're only built to last about 6 months then. Trying to get a better shape on these eyeshadows. There we go. I need to do something different with them. I either need to take away a little bit more of the shadow here. Something like that. A little bit away from this side with the airbrush. I have been wanting to put in these highlights for a little bit. Let's see what it looks like. This part of the nose. And then, let's see. Okay. A little more sure of where I'm heading with that. It's either there's a highlight right there, or it's gonna be a shadow. Gonna make that part a shadow. I'll add the highlight there. I'm gonna go into the shadow here and just lightly erase from it. I'm gonna change how purple this is inside. It's, I don't know, it looks really weird to me, it being that that pigmented. Alrighty, Vault of BS. Hope that you find some entertainment over there. I know it's a little so crazy, chaotic. I'm gonna blur that out a little bit. Okay, so I'm gonna lock these two. I'm gonna swap this purple out for a more bluish greenish tone. Definitely not as saturated or pigmented in color. And I'm gonna take that stabilizer off. I'm gonna keep it on for the green though. It's really just around the sclera, that white part of the eye. gonna throw in that highlight. Kind of aligning this highlight part for the eye here. I'm kind of positioning it on this side as well. And then using that transparent airbrush, I'm going to merge these, drop them back down. Trying out different opacities there. Try out a different color here. Instead of green, I'm going to try out like a pink or a purple here. Trying a yellow-green color. Play around with this hue slider. Okay, so now I'll go in here with this airbrush. Set to transparent. And I'll clean this up a little bit here. Okay, heading back over to these little shadows. Throw that stabilizer back on. I was getting a softer brush there. Thrown in a little highlight here on the lips. Excellent. I hope that it was good. I have about 10 or so minutes left in mine. I'm glad that I figured out what was going on with the CloudBot. I'm gonna throw in some highlights over here on her hair. I need to... do this on a different layer, I think. This line color needs to change. This is too, I don't know, this is too dark. I've been looking at this for a little bit. It's just too dark for me. Kind of blending these lines into each other. It's a little bit of a lighter color. Okay. Throw in here some shadows here for a collar. Looking around a little bit, seeing where things are headed. Some stuff up here. spraying on some of that highlight here. And then just going around these goggles. Just ever so slightly there. Okay, I'm gonna clean up this part here of the highlight for the goggles, and then I'm going to call it a stream for the night. Okay, that's going to be there. A little bit of it shown here. Airbrush. Okay, I am going to call it a stream for the night. Thank you everybody for hanging out with me tonight. I do appreciate it. Sergeant Modog, thank you so much for the $15 earlier. I do appreciate that as well. And Roscoe appreciates the treats too. I will be back next weekend for some more artwork. I know I might be taking a day off to hang out and go do some wedding shopping with my best friend. I might, if I do, I will let you guys know in the community post and a Twitter post, as well as in the Discord. As far as this stream goes, it is on its way out. It's ending. Let me plug the stuff now that the chat bot is working. If you like the artwork, follow me on Twitter, on the DeviantArt as well. If you have one of those, follow the Linktree to any links that may interest you. Thank you, Sun Honey, for all of the support in chat and letting people know to subscribe and like, because I'm terrible at reminding people to do that. But anyway, yeah, also do that if you like the artwork that was worked on tonight. I will be back next weekend at 7:30 p.m. Pacific Daylight Time. And until then, I will see you guys later. Goodbye!